So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, the first thing on our agenda is consider approval of superintendent's recommendations for 25-26 year.
Mr. Ford, there are no changes, so my recommendation is as presented.
Okay, y'all have heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the superintendent's recommendations on personnel for 25-26 as was submitted.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, second on our agenda, approve superintendent's recommendations for 26-27 year.
There are no changes. My recommendation is as presented.
Okey-doke. Okay, y'all have heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Move we approve the superintendent's recommendations for 26-27 as were submitted to us.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is conduct a hearing for an employee requesting regarding recommendations for suspension. Who's A?
The employee is Gary Evans. He is in the lobby, so we'll bring him in. Ms. Samanka went to get him.
Does he have an attorney? What do I need to ask him his name? Okay, we're here for the, what is your name? Gary, okay. Do you want to open or closed hearing? I'm sorry?
Mr. Evans, let me explain. If you want an open hearing, it is your choice, so you're going to need to tell us. But an open hearing is live broadcast. Anyone can see it. And all of our meetings are live streamed. But it's your right to request a closed hearing, so only the people in this room would hear what is said. You want an open hearing?
Okay.
Okay.
So let the record show we're having an open hearing. There's some information here I have to read. My name is Larry Ford, and I will be serving as the presiding officer for this employee disciplinary hearing. Will the parties and their representatives please state their appearance for the record? Who's here for the administration?
Amy Samanka, Director of Human Resources.
Ryan Stafford, Principal of Woodrow Wilson High School.
Okay. So, Mr. Evans, are you here by yourself?
Yes, I'm.
Okay. Excuse me. Do you have any witnesses that will be called?
Go back and look at the cameras, that's my witness.
I'm sorry?
The cameras is my witness.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, do we swear you in? Okay, so we need to swear you in.
And we'll have three witnesses, Mr. Ford, Ms. Samanko, Mr. Stafford and Dr. Starcher.
So would it be out of line if we just have everybody sworn in at the same time?
Yep.
You swear or affirm that your forthcoming testimony in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Yes, sir. Proceed.
So any person who will testify in these proceedings other than the superintendent's designee, and the employee must remain outside of the hearing room until called, and you must not communicate with any person about their testimony before the hearing.
It would just be Mr.
So the
Stafford.
designated hearing room will be out front.
Okay.
So let the records reflect this hearing has been conducted.
Excuse me, any witnesses have to go out. Who's gonna call first?
Well, Dr. Starcher wouldn't go out because she's the secretary and Ms. Simonko's the designee, so they wouldn't, neither one would have to go. She's a first witness and she's the designee.
Okay.
She's also the
Make sure.
designee.
If you call her as a witness, then she had to go. Okay,
That's right,
sorry.
gotcha.
So let the record show that this hearing is being conducted pursuant to West Virginia Code 18A-2-7 and 18A-2-8 concerning the superintendent's disciplinary actions. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed before the proceeding begins?
I did have one, Mr. President. The notice of this hearing that went out, it is going to be in a packet that you all will have here in just a second. It's at the end here. The notice in the said that the hearing will be held today. The time was corrected from that to noon, which is we're all here. But it indicated that the board would take action on the 11th at its next meeting, but I think that was inadvertently put in the letter. We would ask, unless there's an objection, that the board, as they hear the case today, at the end of the case, would deliberate and make their decision today, unless there's an objection to that. I mean, it would be, you all would be the ones to make the decision based on the evidence you hear today anyway, so. Is there any objection for the board to decide the case today at the end of the hearing?
That's fine with me.
Okay,
Okay, so let the record show that we will do that.
okay.
We will make a decision today. So each party will be given the opportunity to make opening statements, present evidence as it exhibits during the course of this proceeding, examine and cross-examine witnesses, all under oath, and to make a closing statement. The administration bears the burden of proof and must establish its case by preponderance of the evidence, meaning that a fact is more true than not true. All exhibits must be marked and copied, provided to each board member, each party representative, superintendent, and the court reporter. A marked copy will be maintained as part of the official record. The presiding officer will rule on objections. Objections shall be brief and to the point. The rules of evidence are relaxed. The board may admit and consider relevant evidence, including hearsay and assigned. It is the weight that is deemed appropriate. The administration has the burden of proof and will proceed first. Does the administration wish to make an opening statement?
Yes. Before doing that, I'm going to go ahead just in the interest of time and hand out our exhibit packets if I could. Is that okay?
That's fine. Good gosh. You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Ready, okay. Mr. President, ladies and board members, this case is about professional boundaries and student safety. The evidence will show that Mr. Evans, a school employee, engaged in repeated and inappropriate interaction with students, particularly female students at Woodrow Wilson High School. You will hear that multiple students independently reported the same pattern of conduct, personal conversations unrelated to school, comments about appearance, questions about their families, providing food and money to students, and physical contact that made them feel uncomfortable. You also hear that this was not new. In March of 2024, Mr. Evans was confronted about similar conduct by principal at Mr. Safford, and was specifically instructed to stop engaging in those types of interactions and to stop giving students food and money. Despite that directive, which is in the packet, we'll talk about that, there's a memorandum of that meeting, the conduct continued nonetheless. The evidence will further show that on the day that this incident had occurred, earlier that same day, Mr. Principal Stafford had also given Mr. Evans some directives about inappropriate interaction with students and what his role needed to be. The evidence you'll see will show an incident captured on video. We do have a video clip to show here today in the school cafeteria at Woodrow, in which a student engaged in inappropriate physical contact towards Mr. Evans. He did not report it. He did not intervene, despite a clear obligation on his own part to do so. That incident involved a student who was over in the corner of the cafeteria next to a table. He was seated next to a table next to the exterior door, or the exit door. A bunch of students were sitting there, but this one student was interacting with him for some time, and then at one point she picked up a broom and was actually kind of jabbing the broom between his legs and things right there in the cafeteria. You'll see that on video. It was not reported. There was no intervention by Mr. Evans. The administration will present the applicable laws and policies, including the West Virginia Code of Conduct for Employees, which requires employees to maintain professional boundaries, ensure that there's a safe environment for students, and to also report misconduct. At the conclusion of this hearing, the evidence will show three things very clearly: that Mr. Evans knew what the rules were. You'll see his training records. He had been warned about this type of conduct, and yet he continued the conduct. Based on that, Superintendent Starchers determined that disciplinary action was necessary and was appropriate to protect the students and to maintain the integrity of the school environment. And she has a recommendation, which you'll see in this letter that's in Exhibit 1 here today, that suspension of 10 days be upheld by the board for Mr. Evans. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to make an opening statement, Mr. Evans?
Oh, yes, definitely. Did you say you had to tell the truth in this? Or
Yeah.
you had-
Is your microphone?
How you turn it on? Right there. They said you had to speak the truth about stuff. None of that stuff, what he said, is not true. First of all, if you want to see the camera up there, you can see where I was into the cafeteria. A kid touched my hat like this, so I put my hand up on my hat. The kid was not trying to hit me in between my legs. No, that's a lie. As y'all, no offense now, as older people, as we know, that you heard the old saying, if you sweep somebody's feet, it's bad luck. So she was trying to sweep my feet, so I just spinned around, and that's all I done. And you can see it on the camera. So, that's what that was about. But they sit there and say the interacting with a student. You got a teacher that got a special handshake with a student. So what's I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. So you know what I'm saying? What did that camera would show that what he would just sit there and said is nowhere near true. All you do is look at the camera.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So administration, and then I'll proceed.
Our first witness to be called will be Amy Samalko. Leave it up. That picks both up? Okay. Would you state your name and position for the record, please?
Amy Simonko, Director of Human Resources
For Raleigh County Schools.
for Raleigh County Schools, yes.
And how long have you been in that position?
About 3.5 years.
Are you familiar with employee Gary Evans,
Yes, I am.
who's seated here today?
Yes.
And in what capacity is he employed?
He is employed as a custodian at Woodrow Wilson High School.
Okay. And is that considered service personnel?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you have a set of these documents that in front of you that we all have, correct?
Yes.
The board hearing exhibit index on the top with Gary Evans versus Raleigh County Board of Education.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The exhibits, I want to look through these with you and ask you if you recognize, like Exhibit 1, which starts on page 1.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is a letter from Superintendent Dr. Starcher, making Mr. Evans aware of, it's a memorandum of conference essentially of the meeting that was held, and then recommending that his suspension.
Okay. And if we go to page 6, I noticed at the end of that, at the bottom, it says that this copy of this document is sent to his personnel file.
Yes.
And is that how you become in contact with it?
With this document, yes.
You received that? Okay. And then there were references in that document to code sections 18A27 and 18A28. The board president mentioned those as well, this hearing. What are those? What do those mean to you as the human resource director?
As Human Resource Director, 18A27, in the very first line of the statute says that the superintendent has the ability to assign, make recommendations to the board to assign, transfer, promote, demote, or suspend school personnel and recommend their dismissal.
Okay. So the statute gives the authority to the superintendent to do that subject to board approval?
Yes, yes.
And then 18A28, does this statute allow suspension for misconduct or conduct affecting student safety, like employee discipline, like we're here today?
Yes, it actually says the employee shall be suspended, placed on administrative leave, or reassigned to duties which do not involve direct interaction with pupils.
All right, and then we have a number of policies that are listed there, exhibits 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F, County Board Policy 130. Just, could you generally identify those and what those are?
Absolutely. 1C is the Employee Code of Conduct, West Virginia Board of Education Policy 5902, and that identifies the expectations of conduct of an employee in the school system. The Exhibit 1D is the expected behavior in safe and supportive schools. That is West Virginia Board of Education Policy 4373, and that also identifies expected behaviors. It covers interactions and services that we will provide to students. Talks about meaningful interventions, etc.
And Policy 4373 is much larger. The excerpt there is about 10 pages or so that was relevant to this particular case.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the next one at 1E, page 26.
So 1E is the sale or service of non-nutritious and nutritious foods. This is Raleigh County Policy B.6.6. And it talks about staff members just being discouraged from having certain soft drinks, making sure that only the sale or serve of nutritious food to students is allowed. It does not permit staff to provide non-nutritious or non-smart snacks to students.
Okay. And then the next one is an excerpt out of Board Policy D316.
Yes.
Okay. And what
And
is
that is a wellness policy geared toward our students. And it essentially discusses all of the nutrition, education that we provide, the standards for USDA child nutrition programs and school meals, and expectations of staff along with those things.
And County Board Policy C130.
Yes, C-130 is the electronic communication between employees and students. And that also sets forth the expectation of employees in Raleigh County schools, and they're charged with no electronic communication that is not related to academic information and on those supported platforms.
And does that prohibit personal relationships with students?
Yes, it does.
And non-educational communications?
Yes.
And social media contact?
Yes.
Okay. And under that policy, C-130, is it true that employees cannot engage in relationships that create the appearance of impropriety with students?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. And B66 and 316, those policies you talked about, those regulate food and beverages that are provided to students,
Yes.
and staff's discouraged or restricted from providing certain items.
Yes.
And all these policies that we've just talked about, do your employees receive training and like professional development, so to speak, on these policies?
Yes. At the beginning of every school year, all of our employees are, they go through policy training and then initial on the policy sign-off sheet and sign at the bottom that they have attended and completed the trainings. And then there are some additional videos identified on that sheet.
Okay, and in this particular exhibit packet, we only did the last 3 years under Exhibit 5, starts on page 39. Do you maintain these in the employment records?
I do not maintain these in the actual personnel file, but they are maintained here at the central office.
Okay, and Exhibit 5 has the last 3 years, and are those lists of the trainings that Mr. Evans has participated in?
Yes.
Okay, and all the different policies that you've been referring to are part of that training?
Yes.
Okay. Initially, I think when, if we look at the letter that's the Exhibit 1 that Dr. Starcher signed, it says in the first paragraph that on Friday, March the 20th, that you, as her designee, notified Mr. Evans that he was at that time being placed on administrative leave with pay, so that the allegations of inappropriate communication could be investigated. Is that
Ye-
correct?
Yes.
And you did that?
I did. I went to Woodrow Wilson and met with Mr. Evans and his administrator.
Okay. And then it looks like, according to the letter, that about 6 days later, on Thursday, March the 26th, that there was a meeting in the superintendent's office, and did you participate in that?
Yes, sir.
And those folks that are listed in the letter, were those folks all present?
Yes.
Okay. And that was an opportunity for Mr. Evans to speak to the superintendent about the allegations and to provide any statement he would like to give?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you were present during that meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
You sit and say I had an opportunity to speak when?
I think when I finish asking questions, he'll ask you if you.
Well, I ain't gonna remember,
ask questions.
well, I don't know what I was saying right now, but you said,
Yeah,
that.
you'll be able to cross-examine examine him once he finishes.
Yeah. Ms. Samanko, I'm almost finished. Then you'll be able to ask her. Exhibit 8 is at the very end, and that's just the agenda for today's meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think there was, if we go back to Exhibit 2, that's on 3437, Mr. Stafford will speak to this report that he wrote, but I do notice that it came to you as the
Yes.
director.
Yes.
Okay, so you received this report.
I did.
Okay, all right, and then the conference log that's Exhibit 3 on page 38. Is that likewise maintained in the personnel file?
This was not actually maintained in the personnel file. This was maintained in the school file for Mr.
Okay.
Evans.
So Exhibits 2 and 3 we'll speak to Mr. Evans about. And then the video that's Exhibit 4, we have that to show here today, and that came from the school.
Yes. came
Mr.
from the school.
Stafford can speak to that. And I think that covers all the exhibits. The request for hearing, that's in there at page 44, where Mr. Evans actually requested this
Yes.
hearing here today in his own handwriting, it looks like. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So other than, I'll speak to Mr. Stafford about Exhibits 2, 3, and 4. I would ask that all the remaining exhibits that we've spoken about here during this direct examination be admitted into evidence at this time.
Okay, so done.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have, Ms. Smoka.
Do you have a cross-examination you want?
Yes, what is this about, you said somebody had an opportunity to talk when I was in, You said something about talking, when you
Yes.
came there.
In the meeting in Dr. Starcher's office, that you had your one representative in person and another one attended through a virtual meeting link, you were allowed to tell your side and answer questions at that point.
Okay, but, well, let me clear something up, and let me, I got the right, say that. Let me clear this up. All this nonsense right here is about revenge. That's all it is. It's revenge. That's what it's all about. Because first of all, Dr. Starcher here, she can remember the time when
We need to try to stay on track.
nobody,
We need to try to stay on track. If you have any more questions for him, cross-examination.
Oh, yeah, well, first of all, I want to clear it up that it's all about revenge.
Yeah, you'll get a chance.
Oh, yeah, I get, around with the stuff he was saying about, that, but,
So do you have any more questions for him regarding,
For Ms. Simonko.
yes, if you want to go back and tell me what you was, some of the stuff you were saying, yes. Because.
Did you answer the question about what happened at the conference?
I did, that he was
Okay,
allowed.
did you have
the
another
opportunity.
question for her?
Yes, I got plenty of questions. Said about like giving I was giving food or something like that to students. I gave people came and asked me for food all the time. Most of the time when the kids came and asked for something, it was their own stuff, like cereal or cheese or whatever, where I get from other teachers. So that's their own stuff they getting, first of all. But I don't
Mr.
discriminate
Evans.
against no one who who asked me for something
Mr.
in
Evans.
my office. Yes.
And I need you to pause and listen to Mr. Ford real quick.
yeah, we need to just stay on track and answer the questions.
Well, I can answer it. Well, I can answer it when it's given to me, because I'll forgive of what was saying or something like that. If you got a question for me, I'll be glad to answer it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Because some stuff. But
But you'll get a chance to speak
okay, all right,
about whatever you want to speak about.
okay.
So you have any more questions for the witness?
No, I'll come
Mr.
back to
Marco?
that.
Okay. Do you have any other,
No further questions?
you have any other witnesses?
Yes, Mr. Stafford.
One question real quick, so we know what we're doing here. We did enter into official record, I'm assuming, Exhibit 1 through
Yeah.
to where we get down to G?
Yes,
1G?
one, and then 1A through 1G, and then did not yet enter 2, 3, and 4, and then we entered 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, so they have been entered and you furnished them to him, so we're good?
Yes, copies.
And there's no objection, so we're good on that. Okay, make sure we got what we got entered, okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stafford.
So I don't get to say what I had to what I have to say about the situation there. I'm saying
Do you care about,
because but what I'm saying is I'm trying to.
I'm gonna, ask them questions, and then you get an opportunity to. then you
Why
get an
the truth is, well, the truth is not said here. The truth is not said here in the way it goes.
Yes, sir.
Thank, Mr.
He's already
Stafford,
been
would you
sworn in.
state your name and position, please?
Ryan Stafford, building principal at Woodrow Wilson High School.
How long have you been the principal at Woodrow Wilson?
This will culminate year 4.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the reason why we're here today, and ask you that on or about, let's look at your report on 34, page 34, in that set of exhibits, if you need that for reference, but want to direct your attention to on or about the 19th of March, and ask you what concerns about Mr. Evans came to your attention that day, at any time throughout the day.
Yes, sir. On the 19th, it came to Miss Sexton, our administration. It came to Miss Sexton's attention, and she looped me in immediately. that a fellow service person had confided in Ms. Sexton that they saw a conversation and an incident between Mr. Evans and a student that made them uncomfortable, and they reported that to Ms. Sexton. Upon receiving that report, knowing the location by which it happened, we reviewed camera footage.
Okay, and let me just clarify, Exhibit 2 is a report by you, is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk about that. But I just want to also clarify for the record that the report does not have any students' names in it. There are just numbers used. So the record, we won't we won't be asking names, and I ask that you not say any names.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Will not.
during the testimony. So if you would just go ahead and explain to the school board what happened on the 19th when this allegation came to your attention. Before you do that, had you spoken to Mr. Evans at any point in time that day?
So on the 19th, the camera footage was from the 18th, and earlier on the 18th, I had spoken to Mr. Evans in regard to helping us enforce our school rules within the cafeteria. One of the things, we have a rather large student body that eats 3 different lunches. We ask for students to be in their seat. We ask for them to please get their food, sit for the duration of their cafeteria setting, their lunch. They have time at the end, of course, go dump their tray and then return to their seat or sign out and use the restroom. But there have been a couple instances where there were a collection of students that Mr. Evans would conversate with. And oftentimes it would be blocking the door to go back into our boiler room where our custodians are constantly taking out trash from the lunches and whatnot. Upon my conversation with Mr. Evans at that point in time, he asked me if that was his job to tell the students that. And I said, well, yes, sir. In terms of establishing school rules, I would expect as a member of our faculty and appreciate if you wouldn't then set up our students for wrong and engage in conversation that is has people up and out of their seat. He acknowledged that, and that meeting ended. And then the report from the other staff member came in that same day, shortly after that.
Okay. Now, you mentioned reviewing a video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do we have I think we have a video. Do you have the blurred version?
I do not. Do you have it on? Oh, it's on this? Okay.
It's not.
Oh, the one we sent is blurred.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it projected? Is it cast?
This would be broadcast on.
It is going to be cast. Yeah, so we'd have to do the blurred version.
I cannot put that one on.
No, there's a blurred version.
Mr. Hazelwood, that is correct.
This is
Mr.
blurred.
Rose sent a blurred version,
Okay.
so we would have to use that.
Let's see if I can. It was sent by secure link, and it's Carla could access it, and you, I think, are the two listed on there. Let me. I can move on to some other questions, and then we'll come back to that. But if we could maybe
I'll check.
coordinate that, and if not, we can maybe ask for a recess before we're done presenting our case, and we'll have that video. So. Okay, could you just describe, and we'll get that to where we can show it, but from what your recollection is, what did the video depict?
The video depicted a student looked like was playing with Mr. Evans' hat that he was wearing, and then at one point reaches behind Mr. Evans and takes a broom handle and is kind of running it between his legs.
Okay, and was the student up out of her seat?
She was.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And was that the type of interaction you had warned him about?
Yes, sir, earlier that day.
Okay.
I said, can I wait outside for this? It's possible, can I wait out here for this? I don't want to hear these lies. Can I sit out here until it's over? Until I come back? Until I talk?
Yeah, you would need to hear what he's saying so you can
But,
cross-examine
you know,
him.
like y'all put your hands up and stuff like that for lies. All this is lies.
Well, you'll
This
have a
stuff
chance
is not
to,
true.
you'll have a
Not
chance to
true at all.
question him about
right, go ahead.
his
All right.
statements.
And this was not reported, this incident was not reported to you by Mr. Evans?
No, sir, not Mr. Evans.
What did you do after learning of this?
We identified the young lady in question. Mrs. Sexton and I interviewed her in Mrs. Sexton's office. At the end of that interview, and again, based on that video footage, we noticed that there were 2 other students that were in proximity of the incident in particular, particularly the incident where the young lady grabbed the broom handle. There were 2 young ladies standing behind her. So we worked to identify those 2 young ladies and interviewed both of them. As a result of those interviews, they provided some names that those young ladies felt that Miss Sexton and I should interview.
Okay. The student who had the broom handle, what did she say?
She, when we watched the video with her, we asked her to describe the incident, and she said, "We're just playing." And I said, "Well, can you elaborate a little bit? Like, does that happen often?" And she's like, "Well, we play sometimes." And I said, "Okay." I said, and I explained my role in making sure that within our building, a school building, that relationships remain appropriate. We talked about removing an article of clothing of Mr. Evans' hat.
It's not the blurb.
No, it's not, but it's not being cast.
Okay, gotcha.
It's just for this room,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Well, let's not put anything up just yet if we can.
Sure.
Thank you.
And we spoke about, again, just keeping things professional. School's a professional setting.
Did she provide any context as to what she was doing with the broom?
She said we were just playing around.
Okay.
At that point in time, I asked her if there was ever any inappropriate conversation or anything that, of course, made her uncomfortable. She said no, and she was not very forthright with a lot of details after that. At that point in time, Miss Sexton and I, we didn't wish to pry, but we did notify her parent and inform them of the conference. We informed the parent, her mother, that the student didn't seem like she wished to talk to us about it a whole lot. And we always converse that to the guardian. Oftentimes, of course, students may feel comfortable sharing something with a guardian or a friend, but they may not feel comfortable sharing with their school principal, and we understand that.
And did you end up interviewing additional students?
Yes,
Okay. And your report has, it looks like 5 different students by student number,
yes, sir.
and it gives, it looks like bullet points of different things that these students told you.
Yes, sir.
Could you, other than the student who had the broom, you interviewed, is that 5 other students?
5 other students.
And without identifying the students, could you give the board, I know you've got your report that's all in writing, but you could give them maybe a summary of what each student said regarding Mr. Evans?
Absolutely. So one of the bystanders in the video is the first statement that we see here, student 52272. She said that she had met Mr. Evans roughly a month ago, was introduced to him, of course, was told by a friend. You can see here, a friend told her not to really trust Mr. Evans because, quote, he gets handsy with girls. This young lady stated that Mr. Evans tried to flirt with her sister. Her sister had told her 2 years ago. When we asked what they discussed, she said, well, just school stuff, oftentimes, their day, grades, and things of that nature. She said that Mr. Evans makes her feel uncomfortable and states that her sister felt uncomfortable being around Mr. Evans as well and had communicated that to her in the past. She said that she thinks that some of her friends are afraid of Mr. Evans. And I think that concluded her statement.
And what about her statement concerns you?
In reference to the, in reference to her sister 2 years ago, I asked her who her sister was, and that name came back to me, and we had went on record 2 years prior with Mr. Evans in regard to a situation that was reported to us by these young ladies' mother.
Okay, so we'll get to that. That's the memorandum of conference.
Yes, sir.
2024. Okay, the next student.
Yes, the next student is one that is the second and final student that we identified as a bystander in the video. She stated that Mr. Evans told her that they were allowed to sit over there. She then stated that Mr. Evans made her feel uncomfortable. She stated that he had been outside of her house, sitting in his car before, and that her dad had not been happy about that. Stated that he's given her snacks and drinks out of his custodial closet. She said that he told her, quote, "Don't tell anyone. I could get in trouble for this. If anyone finds out, it wouldn't be good." Mr. Evans, according to the student's statement, told her that he had spoke to the administration about her staying for more than one lunch, so outside of her assigned lunch, which would, of course, pull her from her designated class time, and that he had told her that that was okay. The student stated that Mr. Evans asked her the same questions repeatedly, oftentimes revolving around her mother, asking her how her mom was, what her name was, asking her about her dad, his side of the family. She stated that she didn't feel comfortable responding. Student also stated that Mr. Evans had asked if the father lived at home and was aware that he did not. Student stated when leaving the cafeteria to go back to class before that he has patted her lower back. She stated that he went to the bathroom afterwards to regain her composure before going to class. She had never reported that, of course. Student states that once Mr. Evans was taking boxes, or that she was carrying boxes out the door and he was standing there, and that he touched, in her words, her butt, and that his hand lingered there. Mr. Evans allegedly had told that young lady that she was really beautiful. The student also mentioned that she doesn't see him, over the course of conversation where she said she felt uneasy about it, she said, "Mr. Stafford, I don't really see him talking to boys." She said that when she sees him, she tries to avoid him because she believes that there's an opportunity that she will be touched again. Student 46794, she shared with us that she knew, I guess, Mr. Evans before she attended school here because her mom and Mr. Evans once worked together at FMRS. That student also stated that he only speaks with girls, and when their male friends are around, that he kind of asked them to go away. Mr. Evans has stated to the young lady in a joking manner, I would assume that he was going to marry her mom at once upon a time and she had let him down. Mr. Evans had made a comment, this young lady had stated that Mr. Evans had made a comment in reference to a teacher that walked by, made the comment that she was pretty and said, "Oh yeah, she looks good," referring to the teacher. She stated that last year Mr. Evans would buy them Monster Energy drinks, and they didn't ask for them, that he would buy them voluntarily and give them out. And once a young man had asked for one, and he wouldn't give him a drink. And then also that he would take her to what she called his office, referring to a custodial closet, first door on the left in E-Wing that sits adjacent to our cafeteria.
This is still the same student?
Still the same student, yes, sir. She stated that it's providing more details with proximity to her home. She said once he had pulled up to the house and rolled down the window and said, "Hey, little one," she stated that she thought her dad was going to fight him. Student stated once that he figured out where she lives, that he would drive past the house. Student stated that her friend has walked past, that her and her friends have walked past Mr. Evans' home before when he was sitting out front, and that he had spoken to her and they had kind of hurried along, that it made them feel uncomfortable. Student stated that Mr. Evans had sent her friend messages on Facebook Messenger stating that he was currently suspended from work. Mr. Evans made the comment to her that if it wasn't for her and her friend, and I guess being able to conversate at lunch, that he would have already quit this job. That young lady added that Mr. Evans had added her on Facebook and that she had immediately blocked him.
You have a couple more?
Yes, sir. Next student, 45194. That student stated that.
How
he
did
had-
you get to interview these other students? You mentioned earlier that you saw two at the table and you identified those and interviewed them, and now we're going on to the fourth and fifth.
Yes, sir. So we started out with the young lady at the heart of the video in the initial report, and then the two bystanders after that are the first two statements, and then any name that was submitted as a result of those two conversations.
Okay.
We continued to interview students as their names were presented to us, of course, culminating with the fifth.
Okay. And the next student?
45194 stated that Mr. Evans had sent her a message on Facebook Messenger and that she had deleted and blocked him. Student stated then when walking to a friend's house, she had walked past his home and they had an interaction that had made her feel uncomfortable. The next day at school, he made a comment that, "Hey, I didn't know that you lived there," which she said made her feel uncomfortable. She stated that he'd given her snacks before and stated that he flirts with her mom and has said things to her about how hot her mom is and asked if she is currently with anyone. The student stated that Mr. Evans never talks to male students when she's in his vicinity, and that it's almost always female students. Student stated that he has said one thing to her friend before regarding her hair, how the hairstyle fits her, and commenting on the collar, stating that it looked good on her. And the last student here, 49851, student stated that Mr. Evans made her feel uncomfortable and that he shows too much attention, in her opinion, to young girls. She stated that he has called her beautiful and gorgeous and that he has given her $5 before for being able to recite the 10 Commandments. She mentioned that. Mr. Evans has given her snacks and drinks. She said that he'd patted her on the back before when she was seated in a chair in the cafeteria. She stated that Mr. Evans had told her that she looked like Mariah Carey and that she is pretty. Student stated that, again, he's looked at female staff members and made comments when they walk by about how hot they are. Continuing on with that same statement, the student said that he doesn't talk, meaning Mr. Evans doesn't talk to male students, and that his whole demeanor changes when male students are around. She stated that he has used profanity before in their company, but she made mention to using profanity when he was talking about young men. Students stated that Mr. Evans will give snacks and drinks to female students and not male students. Stated that he will give his school keys to a female student to go to his office, the custodial closet, but a male student has asked before and he said no. And that student stated that she had also received a friend request at some point on Facebook.
So it seems that of the interviews that you conducted, that there was consistent behavior reported with regards to personal conversations that Mr. Evans was having with these female students.
Yes, sir.
And comments about their appearance,
Yes, sir.
questions about their mothers,
Yes, sir.
giving snacks and drink money to students.
Yes, sir.
Snacks, drinks, and money, all three, actually. Okay. Physical contact was reported,
Yes, sir.
and social media contact initiated by Mr. Evans.
Yes, sir.
And even an off-campus presence was consistently reporting.
Yes, sir. And Ms. Marone, if I may, I talked about Mrs. Sexton and I. We were present for the duration of all of those interviews. When the conversation reached any sort of conversation in regard to physical touching, and then, of course, the outside of school activity, when they were talking about their home residence, we had asked Beckley Police Officer, our school resource officer, John Wall, to come and sit down with us to finish those interviews.
And one student reported that she had been told not to tell anyone about something that Mr. Evans was doing.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I believe that was the statement in regards to not letting the administration know that I told you that you could stand up here and talk to me, because we had previously spoken to him about that.
And now if you'll go on to the next page there, this was, you referenced that a minute ago, Exhibit 3. Is this a memo that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. That was, I was at a WVSSAC Board of Control meeting, and a young lady's mother, the sister of the student that we discussed her statement, she had reached out and got a hold of Mrs. Calfee, who then called me due to the nature. And Mrs. Calfee pulled Mr. Evans to his office, and we had a discussion with myself on the phone from Stonewall. And this is the conference log that Ms. Calfee created as a result of that conversation.
It has your name and Ms. Calfee's at the bottom.
Yes, yes, sir.
And what was, can you just summarize what this memo was and why
Yes.
why was it necessary?
So this this mother, she works at Arby's. She worked at the Arby's at the bottom of Maxwell Hill there, and her young lady had reported to her that he had asked her some questions that made her uncomfortable, and a lot of which revolved around her mom. She started off by saying things like, where's your mom work? Could she give me a job? Should I wear a suit? But then also asked questions about her mom's appearance, asked if she was pretty.
And what did you do in response to this, if anything?
Yes, so we immediately talked to Mr. Evans on the phone, me on the phone, Miss Calfee present, and I scheduled a follow-up meeting upon my return. I believe those meetings are typically Monday and Tuesday, and I met with Mr. Evans on Wednesday. Of course, I contacted that young lady's mother to let her know that the conversation had been had, and we revisited the situation with the young lady, asked her to stay out of Mr. Evans' proximity as well. At that point, I believe that the conversation had reached a point where that was the best thing for all parties at that time, including Mr. Evans.
And this incident appears like to be about 2 years before what we're here today about.
Yes, sir.
And the intervention outcome, it says that a couple things that he was advised or I guess directed by you, and those were?
To stop giving females gifts, food, money, what have you.
And to not have conversation with the girl that was reporting this.
Yes, sir.
And asked that, you asked about the girl, you said the other two things on there, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, if anything, you recall about Mr. Evans' response to that?
I remember his response at that point in time. He acknowledged, he denied that he had specifically asked the young lady about her mom being pretty. I can remember that. But he acknowledged and basically acknowledged an understanding of why that's problematic for us to have conversations with high school aged students, specifically females perhaps, in regard to specific things about their mother, their appearance, items like that. Yeah, he responded well to it at that time.
Thank you. Could we play the video? You have the blurred version? Yes. Okay. We're going to go ahead out of sequence here, but go ahead and play the video before I finish up with the witness.
Trey, maybe just speak up just a little bit.
I thought it was me. I was having
I'm not a little truck. If you're Ryan,
Oh, I don't even know if this projects. Does this project or is it just me speaking low?
I don't know. You turn to him talking. So
Yes, I will do that.
I can
Okay.
write real well, I don't have trouble here.
Well, we were going to show the blurred video to, of course, for privacy reasons, since this is an open meeting, we could have probably showed the other one in a closed, but this is the blurred version, and this, you saw a clip that went up on the screen a couple minutes ago that was a broader view. This is actually zoomed in towards the corner, but it is blurred, but it'll ask, go ahead and play that. Okay. Mr. Stafford, could you explain to the board what we're looking at? They probably all know. but
Yes,
just for the record,
Would it help if I go up there?
you could.
I can't see it clearly, so I'm not sure that they can. I know what the video shows.
Yeah.
I think it would be difficult to see.
It's hard to see, determine anything worth.
May I ask a question? May I ask a question? Mr. Hazelwood, are the screens available, can they see them in an open hearing?
Not at this time. There's nothing that would be broadcast that would show this video, because that TV back there is off. It's not going to be captured. I could safely play it now if you like.
But, he could ask for open hearing, so, as he agrees, we can't show him because he wants the evidence openly, so.
Yes, the question would be, Mr. Evans, would you have any objection to us showing the video that's not blurred, but only showing it inside this room in a closed
Show
setting?
anything you want.
Okay.
Because I know it ain't nothing there, but it's nothing I done, so I'm fine. I'm fine, show whatever you want.
I can show
The
you.
clear version you've got.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, we could show the clear version in a closed setting if that's not
You can show
objectionable.
anything you want. Like I said before, I ain't doing anything, I'm fine.
You can see it too and comment on it in a cross-examination that way, okay?
Yeah, so-
And if y'all would like, I could put it in closed session briefly, if that's possible. No?
I don't think we can do that because we're not in executive session.
Okay, but this is the screen right here is what YouTube sees. There's nothing on there that would comment. Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and load the upload version?
So Ryan, if you would, show us now, show us.
Yes.
Board members, if I may, while Mr. Stafford is, or anyway, Mr. Evans will be in the back corner by the double doors there, sitting between the custodial, the boiler room and the double doors. And
The
that's,
open doors, the boiler room there.
Yes, sir.
and that's the area you can watch.
This is the full video, right? It's about it's about 8 minutes, the full video is, so.
Okay.
And you're welcome to narrate.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this is the young lady that, the incident that led to us pulling the camera footage. That's the young lady in question. Mr. Evans is currently sitting behind her. Here in just a moment, you'll see her grabbing at his head, at one point removing his hat right there.
Did my hat ever come off?
No, sir, she just touched you at that point.
Did my hat ever come off? I put my hand on my hat right there.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
again, while Mr. Stafford is speaking, he will speak. You'll have an opportunity.
We'll play it again for you and you can comment on it, okay? What you want to do.
talking to him there that went up their backs to us.
Yes, sir. This is her back. There's her touching his head again. And again.
And from your earlier testimony, is it accurate to say that the student should not be standing up all this time?
Yes, sir. That's what I asked Mr. Evans or spoke to him about earlier that morning in my office. That's her touching his shoulder and then touching back of his head for a moment.
She's not eating this deal, he's just standing there, right?
Yes, sir.
She's not gonna be
Yes,
just
sir.
hanging out.
Do you know what's going on there?
Looks like she's looking in a backpack at that moment. But it is hard to see there. Here in a moment, you can kind of see the broom handle behind Mr. Evans, leaned up in the corner of the door jamb there. The young lady is grabbing the broom handle and placing it between Mr. Evans' legs. So, Mr. Maroon, when I referenced the other two young ladies, the first two statements on the report, those are the two young ladies that I interviewed there. Yes, sir. The ones in proximity for that incident.
Good question.
Yes, sir.
I noticed the one gentleman going back and forth with Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
Jim, what would normally be his, job in there at this time? Is he just sit there, or is he supposed to be like the other janitor, picking up stuff and doing things?
Yes, sir. So our custodians are tagged. Of course, we had incidents that occurred during that 30-minute lunch period, and our custodians help us with that. Immediately when this lunch is dismissed, each one of our custodians in the cafeteria at that time has a certain amount of rows that they clean and wipe off in our, there may be 6 or 7 minutes between lunches.
So his job right there is just a supervisor,
Yes, ma'am, of sorts, yes, ma'am.
so he's not supposed to be helping empty trash receptacles or anything. I noticed the other guy made 3 or 4 trips.
Yes, ma'am. That's a fair question, yeah.
Okay. So, based on your investigation, did you have concerns about for boundary violations of all, we've discussed several different types, but.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
In-
Yes.
Go ahead.
As a building principal, we understand that one of the challenges potentially with young men and young ladies, high school age students, there's an opportunity there, unfortunately, for boundaries to be crossed. So that's always something that we have a heightened sense of. To answer your question, Mr. Marone, as I watched that video the first time and this latest time, I have some concerns there that a student felt comfortable in a way with Mr. Evans that a student would not feel comfortable with myself or any other staff member in an appropriate way. The touching of his head, the game with the broom, those are all, to me, they create concerns that, and to our police officer as well, that there have been some boundaries crossed, and that there's a comfort level there that's not conducive to our relationship as school people.
And at least some of these boundaries were boundaries that you had previously addressed with Mr. Evans, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you provide your findings to Dr. Starcher?
Dr. Starcher and Director Simonko.
Okay. And your memo says you sent it, it's addressed to Ms. Simonko, correct?
Yes,
And
sir.
did you also attend the conference with Mr. Evans when he came in to meet with Dr. Starcher?
I did, yes, sir.
Do you recall others that were there?
You were there with us, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a letter here at the beginning. Let me just ask if you recall
the
these
initial-
folks. It looks like he had a representative there in person and someone
yes.
by virtually.
Yes, union rep virtually on a Teams call.
Yeah.
And then was it Swearingen?
Mm-hmm. And then you were there, Ms. Simonko and Dr. Starcher? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so the video we've just watched is the video you reviewed,
Yes, sir.
and this is your report that we've been looking at.
Yes, sir.
And it's a memorandum of conference that accurately reflects the conversation in 2024 with you and Ms. Calfee. That time,
Calfee,
right?
yes.
So I would ask that those three items, those were the other three exhibits we had, that those be moved into evidence in this hearing.
2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
Okay. 2, 3, and 4. Be entered as evidence, as exhibit.
That's all the questions I have of Mr. Stafford. I don't know.
Okay, Mr. Evans, you have any questions of what they just went over?
Oh,
In
yes,
cottage-
Captain, you wrote that film, I want to ask y'all this, do y'all see anything wrong in there, I done, in there?
Now, you need to talk to the administration.
I'm trying to ask the honest people, I'm asking,
I
did y'all
know.
see anything wrong with that, is something I done?
Yeah, this is it's technically a court hearing, and we're not here
Well,
to,
he ain't gonna speak he ain't speaking the truth.
yeah,
because he making
well,
a
you
lot
need to
of,
direct your questions.
And then there's another good thing.
Mr. Evans,
Yes,
Mr. Ford is trying.
I understand what he's saying, but I'm
At this, no, you have to obey the rules here. At this point in time, you are permitted to cross-examine Mr. Stafford. That's all you're permitted to do at this point in
Can I
time.
make my,
Not
statement
yet.
here first?
Not yet. You need to ask, you're
Yeah.
cross-examining Principal Stafford. That's all you can do
Yeah.
at this point in the hearing.
Yeah, there'll be a time when you'll be able to make a closing statement.
Okay, yes, okay, you sit there and say that, that I touched the student, where's it on the camera? Show me,
That was based
show us, show everybody.
What I referenced was based on a student statement.
Oh, but you got cameras everywhere, show me. Show us, show everybody, where is it at?
So in reference to this student's statement, she had referred to it being some time back. She could provide.
Back, yeah, of course. Well, where the camera goes back a year, you say that I did this to touch a kid. Why? Where is it at on the camera? That's
Good
what I'm
question.
saying.
So
I don't go nowhere else but right there in E-wing.
So when you're referring to our camera footage, sir, those cameras, in terms of the footage that they hold, it's based on, so those all run off of motion. So it's based on how often they are activated. So if we have a camera in a stairwell that is more rarely used, we can go back and reach a further date back than we can on high volume areas such as the cafeteria, the main entrance to Sea Wing Breezeway, the gymnasium, places like that.
Well, make it easy for you. I don't go to but 2 places. So it should be easy. If you say I did this, it should be easy for you to see it on the camera. Show me. I want to see it.
Are you asking where the student stated that that happened at?
Where did it happen? Yes.
She
Show
said
me on the camera.
She said that it had happened previously in the year in that cafeteria going to Ewing.
Can you show us?
No, sir, our cameras don't go back.
It's been that far. Okay, but if somebody have done it to
And what I
a kid,
encourage,
if somebody did that to a kid, why I'm not in a jail cell? Why ain't have the customs? Y'all say I did all this stuff.
I can't speak for the law.
Of course you can't. Of course you can't speak because you know this stuff is not true. Then you sit there and say that I was on somebody's outside of their house. Whose house?
Well, I'm not going to provide that name, sir.
I already know the comment, but I'm just making the point. You say I was on outside of somebody's house. I drive up that street to go up my friend's house. I didn't know nobody was out there. I don't even know who stayed up there. I seen a little kid out there. And I said, "Hey, how you doing, little one?" That's it.
Yeah.
Went on by my way and went went home.
Yes, you just need to go to the statements. You can do a closing statement and state those things you're saying now.
Okay, but he would. That's what he said earlier.
I
But I
know.
never was in nobody's driveway. Never in my life. Never have done nothing
Yeah.
like that.
Let's just stay on track though.
Oh, okay. And then it had a second thing. It said, this first paper I got is, you said that, in the paper you said I was at, Hardee's, outside of Hardee's, waiting on somebody's mother to come out. The first paper I got, that's what he
Which one
said.
are you referring to?
The first one, the first paper y'all sent me said, that y'all said that, I was outside of Hardee's waiting on their, mother to get out. I ain't been,
I believe that was Arby's.
Arby's, Arby's. I've never been to Arby's in 35 to 40 years. And you can go back and look at the camera, and I'll pay the people $200 if they see my car there. I ain't been there in 35 to 40 years.
Yeah, I think you can cover all that in your closing statements as well.
Yeah.
Just
See,
stay on track with what the comments were.
Okay, the point of the situation, he had the floor for 40 or 45 minutes. I forgot how the stuff he was saying, but all the stuff he was saying about me, what I ain't done, no, it's not nowhere near true.
You can
nowhere
address those in your closing statements. You need to stay on track and go with whatever evidence that they were showing and ask a question about the specific evidence.
Basically, you're saying you just don't disagree, you disagree with what?
Of course, yes, sir, definitely.
Any
That's what I'm
questions
saying.
for me?
Yeah, you have anything else?
Yes, none of this stuff is true. You got to prove on.
Mr. Evans, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. When Mr. Ford asks, do you have anything else? That means, do you have any
Oh, I know what you're
additional
saying.
questions?
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Questions for Principal Stafford?
Yeah,
That's
but
all
like I
at
said
this point.
before, half the stuff he said, I forgot what he was saying that I did.
Okay.
But we can look at that camera again.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
do you have any questions for Mr. Stafford? That's all you can do at this part of the hearing. Do you have questions, cross-examination for Principal Stafford?
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, my question, another question I have, when you sit there and say I'm friends with people on Facebook, who I'm friends with people on Facebook? Can you show me that on the camera?
There was some evidence exhibited that
Okay, now
we
see.
took off of a student's phone.
Okay, can I see it?
It showed
Y'all had it
her
on the
friend
thing?
and showed you as a friend of that student's.
Well, then, if you looked at it earlier, I mean, if you looked at it, you will seen at the bottom, it was a NASCAR game. That's social media.
Yeah.
That's for the public to see. Anybody can look at my.
Yeah, we can't debate what he said or didn't say. Just go after what his statements were.
That's the statement.
With questions.
Question?
Yeah, with the questions.
To answer your
It's right here.
question, sir, yes, sir, I did see a screenshot that would indicate that you had a Facebook relationship with a student.
Can you show us? Show us. That's Facebook. That's Facebook. No, the last time I was here, you showed a picture of her. You said I was on friends with someone. Show me. Can you show
I
that
don't have
again?
that, I don't have that. in
Y'all
this
got the
packet.
footage gone?
I don't have that in this packet.
No, the footage. Y'all had it on the footage up here on the screen.
In Dr. Starcher's office
No, right? Yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Stop. Yeah. Can you show me that?
at our previous meeting.
Yeah. Show me. Yeah. Can you show me that? Can I see this?
Is that allowed?
If he wants, if he wants that introduced, I don't have any objection to it. I've not seen it, so I'm not sure what he's even speaking about.
you
But
can
if
look-
it's a piece of evidence, if it's something that was shown
Yeah, I think
during a
we-
conference that
Yeah.
we can
Uh,
present.
That would probably be part when you have a chance to speak and present evidence. So not at this point. Right now, we're dealing with the administration's comments and a video.
Wait, when we go on
So
break.
if you have any questions about that, and Ms. Smaka, if he wants to do that in evidence, you can get it.
Did you have any more questions for Mr. Stafford?
No, I just like I said before, none of that stuff what he was saying was not true. So
Okay, you have a
I have no further
cross-examination?
questions. No further questions, Mr. Stafford. Next, I have one more witness, Mr.
Okay.
President. Oh, yeah, you would be excused, but are you the one who's pulling up the?
I think it's, we can access it through emails.
We can get that, and then also, and Mr. Stafford be excused. I should have asked. I can't really tell him that myself.
Yeah,
Mr. Stafford be
we're
excused.
going to have a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Okay, let's record show we're back out of our 5-minute break.
Okay.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. President Ford, if I might, I asked Mr. Stafford to remain. We kind of ended there with kind of a missing link there. So we obtained a copy of what was being questioned about, the picture. So I'd like to go ahead and ask him just a couple more questions to go ahead and just introduce that. We'll just make that another exhibit number 9, as part of the case, and we can share those with everyone now. Mr. Stafford, could you, as I hand those out, would you let folks know what we're looking at here?
Yes, in reference to, I'll wait on you, Mr. Moran.
Could you let everyone know what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so during one of those interviews, in regard to conversation regarding being added to Facebook as friends of the student and Mr. Evans, Mrs. Sexton took a picture of a student's phone. This is that student's phone. Her name shows at the top. That's what's been redacted. But this is a picture of us typing in Mr. Evans' first name, Gerry, on her friends list, and Mr. Evans popped up as being a current friend on her account.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions for Mr. Stafford.
So that's Exhibit 9?
Exhibit 9.
Okay.
We would ask that be introduced into evidence.
So entered. Okay, Mr. Evans?
Yes, this is right here is where social media, where I play my video games. I post my games on there. I can show you on my phone right now if you want to see it. But whoever gets on my social media or anybody can let it. It's for the public, and I can show you on my phone if you want to see it. It's a NASCAR game.
So do you have any evidence you want to present?
I can show you on my phone.
Oh, he is?
Does he have any further cross-examination of Mr. Stafford on this document?
Yes, if you want to see it on my phone, I can show you on my phone.
Questions for Mr. Stafford?
That's what I'm saying. Do you want to see it on my phone? I can show it.
No, Mr. Stafford.
Do I wish to see it? No, sir, I don't.
Oh, of course you do. That's what I thought. Okay.
I don't believe.
That's what I thought, because that's all that is social media.
Okay, any other questions?
My final witness, I called Dr. Starcher. Yep, Mr. Stafford. Is he excused? Dr. Starcher, would you state your name and position for the record, please?
Serena Starcher, Superintendent.
And I'm going to just go straight to the point here. Did you receive the investigative findings from Mr. Stafford that have been discussed here today?
Yes, sir.
And did you review them?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a meeting with Mr. Evans in your office prior to reaching a conclusion in this case?
Yes, sir.
Or a decision, I should say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've talked about it a couple times, and just to short circuit it, your letter recites in the first paragraph or so who all was present.
Yes, sir.
And was that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your letter is in the packet at exhibit number 1, starting on page 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've got a very lengthy letter here, and you don't have to read it to everyone. It's already made part of the record. But does this letter accurately outline the information that you considered in making your decision?
It does.
Okay. Could you kind of just review that generally with the board members about what you considered in making your decision and recommendation in this case?
I considered the information provided as part of the investigation completed by Mr. Stafford. And if you look at pages 1 and about halfway through page 2, you would see, or you will see, the information, a summary, if you will, of the information provided by Mr. Stafford. And then halfway down page 2, about, and then almost half of page 3, you will see the information provided by Mr. Evans during that conference. I will say, as noted on page 1 of my letter, during our conference, Mr. Evans was afforded the opportunity to watch the video you have seen today. So back to the middle of page 3, you will see, given the results of the investigation and information Mr. Evans shared during the conference and the video footage from the cafeteria, I find that your conduct described above and discussed during the conference has crossed boundaries between yourself and students and is in violation of the following policies. So then I found his conduct to be in violation of the Employee Code of Conduct, State Board Policy 5902, State Board Policy 4373, Expected Behavior and Safe and Supportive Schools. During our conference, I think it was probably, it's on page, I'm sorry to have you flipping back and forth, but on page 3, the last piece of information provided by Mr. Evans, it said, as the conference was ending, you, meaning Mr. Evans, shared that students talk with you about their dope and vapes. Mr. Stafford commented that you need to report that information to the administration. Your representative, Michelle, encouraged you to stop talking. So based on that information, you'll see references to the expected behavior and support in safe and supportive schools policy. On page 5, you'll see policy B66 and D316 referenced, and that is in relation to the snacks and drinks Mr. Evans was providing to students. Policy C.1.30, that's your policy regarding electronic communication between employees and students. So you'll see that. And each of these policies, if you have read this in detail, you'll see these are specific pieces of the policy that I believe Mr. Evans violated with his actions. So then when we get to page 6, you will see halfway down, accordingly, this is to inform you that you are hereby suspended, and I'd be recommending his suspension to the board for approval.
So just to kind of recap, the first series of bullet points that start on 1 and 2 were points that you derived, if you will, from the investigative information that had been given to you that caused you concern.
Correct.
Is that correct? And then the next series of bullet points that start at the bottom of the 2 is when you were reviewing all this with Mr. Evans, giving him an opportunity to respond, all those bullet points, which you've got quotes, these are statements that he made during that conference back to you about the things you were presenting?
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, I don't want to really, they say what they say, but it sounds like, looks like most of them was that that's not true, that's a lie, never in my life, none of that's true, it's all lies, that kind of, was that the general reaction you got? Did he own or take responsibility for anything you brought to his attention?
He took responsibility. If you look at the top of page 3, when asked about providing snacks and drinks, he responded, of course, they asked me, it ain't no different than what another employee does. That employee's name is there. I explained in the conference that that employee holds a different position, and there would be reason for that employee, who is a community and schools employee, to work with students, securing food and drinks. The other one, about halfway down that list, he did indicate that he would pay a student $1 if the student knew the 10 Commandments. If I recall correctly, and then me giving them a soda or snack is true. So the food and drink, and then the 10 Commandments. That's what he said he did.
Okay. And the policies you've recited here, there's 2 of them are state board policies, 5902 Employee Code of Conduct, and then 4373 Expected Behaviors in Safe and Supportive Schools. you not only outline those in the letter to Mr. Evans, but you also concluded in your letter that he violated both those state board policies. Is that correct?
Oh, I concluded that he violated all the policies that I've identified in
Okay.
the letter.
And then there were 3 county local policies: the wellness policy, the nutritious and nutritious food policy, the sale or service of, non-nutritious or nutritious foods, the sale or service of those, the wellness policy, and then the electronic communication between employees and students. Those are 3 local policies that you also concluded he violated.
Correct.
Okay. And are these policies that are outlined here all part of the training that he receives annually?
No.
Okay. Which ones are?
He would receive training on policy 5902,
Yeah.
4373, and C.1.30.
Okay.
The policy regarding nutrition and wellness, that would not be something I could guarantee you every employee would receive every year.
Okay.
If you
Now-
look,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
if you look at Exhibit 5,
Yes.
that is this shows you the policies that all employees, regardless of position, are trained on each year. So at the very top, you would see policy 5902, employee code of conduct. And then you can go down and see what they are trained on each year. Then we have the videos at the bottom. But no, the nutrition policy and the wellness policy, no. And one thing I would say for our board members, this policy, I cited policy 4373, which is a state policy. We have policy D.3.22, which is the companion policy here at this county level. So you see D.3.22 on this list, but the requirements of D3.22 and 4373 are the same.
But with regards to the nutrition policies and the giving, the drinks and the food and stuff to students and those activities that there's been testimony here about today, Mr. Evans had been specifically directed by his principal 2 years prior to not do that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So is there any question in your mind that he knew better?
No.
Okay. So after reviewing all of this information, you indicated that your decision was that he should be suspended for 10 days, correct?
Correct.
And you have basically, under your authority under the statute, issued that decision on your own behalf that he should be suspended for 10 days. So why did you think suspension was necessary here?
2 years ago, as it's been mentioned here today, Principal Stafford and Assistant Principal Calfee had conferenced with Mr. Evans regarding his interaction with a certain student. And then fast forward to present day, we now have 5 students and a 6th evident in a video that, to me, I believe boundaries are being crossed. And Mr. Evans has violated multiple policies. So at this point in time, I believe, based upon his action, a suspension is necessary.
In the two state board policies, we talked about the 5902, the code of conduct, that provides expectations for your employees, correct?
Absolutely. And honestly, when you look at this letter, in my disciplinary letters that I write, I don't just list all of section 4.2 in each employee's discipline letter when I have to do those. All sections, though, are listed in Mr. Evans. I find that I believe Mr. Evans has violated each point contained within section 4.2, which starts with all West Virginia school employees shall. And through his actions, I believe he has violated each of the 7.
And under 4373, which is the safe and supportive environment that you're required, you and all employees are required to provide in school districts. And do you find that that's been violated as well?
I do, if for nothing more, at the end of our conference, as his rep was telling him to stop talking, Mr. Evans began speaking about students sharing with him information about their dope and vapes at Woodrow Wilson High School. All employees are charged, and he's trained on this each year. All employees are charged with ensuring a safe and healthy environment for students. And if he has any knowledge of dope or vapes, in his language, at Woodrow Wilson High School, he is charged with reporting that to the administration. And it was evident and clear in the conference that he does not believe that's his responsibility.
And to your knowledge, has he made any reports of that nature?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the boundaries that you've spoken about, that you feel like multiple boundaries have been violated by Mr. Evans here, all as outlined in your letter here today, what concern does that give you as a superintendent if boundaries between students and staff are violated or eroded?
Mr. Evans works in a high school. I, as a former high school teacher, I think it's easier. I don't want to say it's easy, but it is easier to find yourself interacting with secondary students, high school students, in a way that is just not appropriate. They're closer to your age many times, and you have to make sure you maintain a boundary. We cannot cross it. And when we were watching the video in my office, I paused it multiple times because Mr. Evans could not understand why it was inappropriate for a student, male or female, to be fidgeting with his hat, trying to knock it off his head, touching his back. And I told him, I said, do you think if I was sitting in that chair, a student would feel comfortable knocking my hat off or putting a broom in the vicinity of my legs? That's not appropriate. Then I said, if Principal Stafford was sitting there with a student, and Mr. Evans simply could not understand or would not admit that he understood that that's inappropriate. Students should not feel that comfortable interacting with an adult in any school. We've crossed a boundary at that point, and I'm still testifying. But that is inappropriate. And I communicated that during the conference, and Mr. Evans refused to understand that he was crossing a boundary.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Well, how did
You have a cross-examination?
what I don't understand, you talk about crossing the boundary, but how do you know what a person is going to do? Please tell me. Please tell me how you're going to know what a person is going to touch your head or not.
As I shared with,
I like to know how a person, and how do I know a person going to pick up a broom and try to sweep my feet? Come on, man. We grown people here. This is ridiculous. We can look at the camera. Everybody can see what the camera is, and y'all think that stuff is true right there? No, come on, y'all. I think y'all go by what Stafford says. That's what I think, because he's the principal. It's not true. The camera right there telling you right there, I done no wrong to nothing. I didn't do anything. Like I said before earlier, you got a teacher that got a special handshake with a student. Was something wrong with that? No, there's nothing wrong with it. Because another thing, what is it, a crime for people to come and talk to me? What, I'm supposed to get away from me?
Mr. Evans, as before, I'm going to tell you, at this point, you can ask me questions as part of a cross-examination. You cannot testify yourself. So do you have questions for me?
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you right now. Well, is it a crime for somebody to come and talk to me?
Mr. Evans, I don't find it a crime for a student to talk to any employee.
Okay, what did I cross the You say I crossed the boundary. Where? I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. I done nothing to nobody. I chased nobody down. People, I sit in that corner and wait till the bell rings so I can clean the tables. If somebody comes up and talks to me, where is that a crime? I don't understand that. Why I'm the writing person here? Because somebody comes and talk to me. If that's the case of the situation, if that's the case, I mean, I can never go to Walmart no more. I see students at Walmart. I see them at restaurants. I talk to people. I speak to people. That's me. That's my nature.
I'm gonna I try to be really patient. I know you're not
Go ahead.
represented here today, so I try to not, but I'm just I want an objection on the record of argumentative with not only Dr. Starcher, but with the other witnesses as well. And if, as you've been told several times, if you want to testify, you'll get an opportunity to testify. And you also get an opportunity to to make a closing argument. So I want to object to you continuing to argue with the witnesses and try to present your case.
I'm not arguing with nobody. Well, I tell you what, I'll share all this time, but y'all can go ahead and just do the talking then.
Okay, for the record, we sustain your objection.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Dr. Starcher. I don't know did you have any further questions, Dr. Starcher?
For Dr. Starcher,
Yes.
regarding her statements.
Well, the stuff, half the stuff that was said is not true, but I'm fine. Like I said before, they say so much at
Mr.
a
Evans,
time,
right
and I
now,
don't
all you
understand.
can do is cross-examine me. You can ask me questions. That's it, right now.
I'm trying to explain
Nope,
that
nope. You can only ask questions right now, Mr. Evans. If you don't have any other questions, we will move forward and it'll come to you to be able to testify.
Go ahead, I'll wait then, go ahead.
You rest?
I've moved the admission, I believe, of all the exhibits, including the additional Exhibit 9. The administration rests their case.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Evans,
Yes,
do you have any witnesses?
yeah, myself and the
Okay.
cameras.
Okay. So what do you want to say?
Excuse me?
It's your turn.
Oh, okay. Well, after the stuff is saying, and another thing about this sheet of paper right here, this is not the real thing. They didn't show all of it. They cut the bottom off of it, I guess. They showed all of it. Was where I was at a video game playing at social media. So they have showed. They just showed the person's name. But to say what I need to say at the beginning, like I wanted to say, all this is about revenge. That's all this is. It's revenge. Meaning what I'm saying is, as Dr. Starcher could tell you, that we had a meeting. I had to file a grievance because I went to the principal's office and I told him that we had a custodian. We had a custodian walks around, don't do anything. Well, I had to go. They put the officers on me while he walks around. And I had to do E-wing, but he walks around with his kid doing nothing in the vehicle. Do you remember that, Ms. Starcher?
This is your testimony.
I'm just making a point. This is all revenge because I won that case of that grievance. This is all about revenge. That's all it is. None of this stuff. The only thing, like I said before, the only thing they ever can say I done, I give chips and sodas to students, guys and girls. I give it to custodians. I give it to teachers. Everybody comes, if they know I got it, they'll come in and ask for it, But I don't see where it's a crime that, well, I can understand if they say I did that, okay, that's fine. But half the stuff they were saying I was doing, like talking about somebody's mother or something like that, no, it's not true. Not true at all. All this is about revenge to get me, and I can explain something else if it's all right, if you want me to hear it, if you want to hear it. Okay, I went back to 28th. Okay, I went back to on my job the 28th. So I sat in the corner like I did right there. Like I sat up in the corner and wait for time for me to go clean the table. Two students came up to me and they say, well, they say, I ain't seen you. Well, where you been? Well, I said, well, I had to take some time off. Stuff like that. The other student on the left hand side then said, yeah, man, I heard about what they started to say that you you know, the stuff you did, you know, with the kids or something like that. He said, yeah, they dragged me in the office and tried to make me say bad things about you. This is the principal and staff there. You know, that's what it's about to go through. The other, and then yesterday, I heard one of the students tell me that they said that you was a sexual predator or something. I said, holy gee. I said, yeah, they said that about me, you know, but nobody listened to what really goes on. But the stuff they said about me, no, ain't nowhere near true. Nowhere near true. I ain't never touched a kid in my life. Never in life. Never. I never will, never have too much to lose. No, I ain't doing it. And then if you sit there and say I did this and that, 2 years, 3 years, whatever you say I did it, why I ain't in jail? Show me on the camera where I did it. You ain't got no proof of that. None at all, because I never done it. I'm only in 2 places. I'm on E-Wing or I'm in the cafeteria. You can see me sitting. That footage right there, I know everybody's seen this footage here. Everybody's seen the footage. Tell me what I did wrong. I love to know. Y'all think I done something wrong in there? What did I do wrong? She said, I think Dr. Starter sat there and said that boundaries. Okay, what did I do wrong? What did I do? I can't stop a person's reactions. You know what I'm saying? And then if you really want to, they sit there and say that I did this and that, that's innocent. I don't know what, you can see it on the camera. You know, when the kid did that, he said that the kid took my hat off. I did like that to stop the kid from touching my hat. And then when the kid tried to sweep my feet with the broom, I just spun around in the spinning chair where I was in and just turned around. Because like I said before, you sweep your feet, bad luck. But none of this stuff, no, it's not true at all. No, I don't know. Like I said before, it's all about revenge. That's all it is.
Okay, anything else?
Well, can we see that? Y'all need to see that camera again? I mean, see that on film again?
If you want to.
No, y'all need to. No, not me. I already know.
No, we don't. Does anybody need to see it? Oh, we're okay.
And y'all actually in this situation, all this this is when it said that I'm at people's house and stuff like that. No, never in life. No, never happened.
Okay, anything else? You have a redirect?
Yeah, cross-examination, I'd like to ask you a few questions, Mr. Evans.
Yes, fine.
Did you receive the letter, the April 14th letter from Dr. Starcher following the meeting that you had with her? It's in your packet. It's the very first letter there.
Yeah, well, if it's in that thing, these are letters that I got right here.
What's the letter that told you you could request a hearing? So you requested a hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you've seen that letter, and it was pretty lengthy. Do you recall? It was several pages. It looks like it's about 6 pages long.
Oh, yes, I've seen it.
Okay. And during the conference and also in her letter, it was brought to your attention that that you visit students' home, including examples of sitting in your car outside of a student's home, pulling up to their house and saying, "Hey, little one," and driving past the student's house.
You actually believe that?
No, I'm asking you, do you recall that?
Yeah, I went by the student's house. I didn't even know the person stayed there. It was outside in the yard. I said, "Hey, little one, how you doing?" Went on by the way. That's the way I go to my friend's house. I've been doing that for 9 years.
Okay.
I didn't know nobody stayed there. What's the crime with saying hello to someone?
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just
okay.
asking if you
All right.
acknowledge
Yeah.
these. Like the student report that you ask questions and make comments about their mothers.
Never
Are
in
you
life.
denying that?
Never in life, yes.
You're denying it. So your test, you've said here today when you were questioning witnesses, and I want to ask you if it's actually your testimony under oath. You've said to several of the witnesses that they're not telling the truth, that it's lies, like Mr. Stafford. This is all lies. Are you saying that all the students who gave statements are also all lying?
Yes.
Okay, all these students are lying.
The only one about her seeing me pass her house, yes, that's yeah. I seen a student go, while I was going to my friend's house, like I said. But my point is, let me ask you a question real quick. Then, let me ask you this. I know this is the situation is that he dragged these people in there because he seen on the camera who talks to me. He dragged them people in and you got these people to say that I did this and that. No, that's not true. I think if you got a cop in there, you got the principal in there, you got another principal in there, that's intimidation on a kid, I think.
Okay, let me ask you this, Mr.
Yes.
Evans. If you had seen that video and it was the fellow custodian sitting there in a chair, and there was an interaction between him and a student that has seemed inappropriate to you, if you were going to investigate that, would you want to talk to all the people in that proximity?
What do you mean?
Would you want to talk to the two people that were interacting and anybody standing by? Would you want to do that to find out what happened?
Well, everybody gonna tell the truth. Of course, we want to find out, but ain't anybody gonna tell the truth about that.
So you don't really have an issue with the fact that they talked to those students. You just don't like what the students said.
No, I don't like what. No, because it's not true. No,
Okay.
no way. No.
And 3 students reported that you've sent them friend requests via Facebook Messenger. Are you denying that?
Never in life. I told you before, it was social media. Anybody, they cut this half off. I'll tell you that. If you'll look at the original, the film they showed me in the office when the first time in Dr. Starcher's office there, if you can see the bottom of it, you can see NASCAR on there. That's where I do my video games, and it's social media. It's public. Anybody can see it. You can, like I said before, I got it on my phone. You can look at it.
Another student said you give
Do you
your
wanna look
keys.
at it?
Another student said you give your keys to female students to go to your office. Is that correct?
I give it to guys and girls because I sat there and they said, well, I'll let them in. It's not going into my office. They're going into the building that people want to go into the next building. They say, well, I'll do it for you. I said, go ahead.
To get food and chips and snacks?
No, to get into the building.
Okay.
Get into E-Wing building.
All right. So I'm just going down the list of this letter here. Did you tell a student that if it wasn't for her and her friend, you would have already quit your job?
Never in life, no.
Okay. Let's see. A student testified that you touched her on the behind and your hand lingered there. Was that a
Do
lie?
you actually believe that? No.
I'm just asking you.
No
You're under
way.
oath now. That's why I'm asking
No
you
way.
these questions.
No, never
Okay.
in life. Never.
All right.
Never.
Another student said you had patted her on the back. That's a lie too. Is that what you're saying?
I ain't never touched nobody on the back. What's the purpose?
Do you tell any of the female high school students that they're beautiful?
Never in life, no. No.
Did you give a student $5 for recite the 10 Commandments?
Yes, and I tell you the reason why.
Go ahead.
Because they sit there and say they jump on their mother, they fight their mother and stuff like that. And I asked them, I said, hey man, can y'all recite the 10 Commandments? They didn't even know what the 10 Commandments was. I asked them, I said, do you know what the 10 Commandments are? They didn't know. So the girl went back to the phone and looked at it. And I said, do you know on the one that you just violated? Honor your mother and your father. That's why I said that. They did that.
All right. Now, you watched the video in here with everybody else today,
Yes.
right? And you'd seen it before
Yes.
in Dr. Starcher's office?
Yes.
Okay. How many times would you say that there was contact between you and the student who was standing next to your chair? Physical contact, whether
Yep.
she initiated or you initiated, how many times in that 8-minute video would you say that
That's the only time she grabbed my head. Yeah,
just
that's
the
it.
one time?
Yeah.
You don't
Grab my
recall
hand.
that? There looked like there were like at least 3 times that she reached over your head, different
Yeah,
times.
she always tried to grab my head. I did this and cover my hand so she couldn't get it. But it wasn't nothing. What you thinking? No, never. No.
No, I'm not thinking anything other than did she make contact
That's the
with
only
you
thing
multiple times during that clip?
The only time I remember when she tried to touch my hair and she tried to touch my head and grab the broom and try to sweep my feet. That's it.
Okay,
That's all I remember.
you watched the video of this. Are you saying that that broom was directed at your feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Ain't nobody hit me in my. Oh
right.
Lord, no. Never.
Now, would you agree that you have been trained on the policies Dr. Starcher testified about, the employee code of conduct, what's expected of you?
The code. I never broke no code.
No, are you trained on the employee code of conduct every year?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes, you on that?
What about the policy 4373 about a safe and supportive environment for schools and for employees, actually, for students? I mean, are you trained on 4373? So you need to support a safe and supportive environment for students and other employees. Are
Yeah,
you
of
familiar with
course.
that? So you're trained on that every year too?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And then the other policies was a couple about the drinks and snacks we talked about.
Oh yeah, I admitted that. Yeah, I did that. Yeah.
And then the last one I think we talked about was about communications, electronic communications like Facebook and things like that
Yeah,
with
I never did
students.
that, no.
I know you denied that. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
would you agree that if these statements were true, or any of these statements that we just reviewed are true, that you would have violated the policies that we recited?
Of course, if it was true, yes,
Okay.
of course.
So you agree that the conduct, if it occurred, violates the policies that you've been trained upon. You're just denying that any
I
of it
never,
occurred.
this stuff ain't never happened, no.
Okay.
No, it did not. The snacks and stuff like that, yes, I admit to that, yes.
And if it was true, if these statements were true, and you agree that they violate the policies that the superintendent has outlined for you here today, would you agree that it would be appropriate for you as an employee to be disciplined?
If it was true,
Yes.
lock me up.
Okay.
If I done that stuff like that, you see that stuff on the camera, lock me up.
Well, what about if you just did some of it? Would it be maybe not lock
I
you
ain't
up?
done
but-
none of that stuff out the ordinary. No, I do not. And I do not chase nobody. People come to chat, they come and chat with me. I'm not gonna be rude and say, well, get away from me or stuff like that. But I say, hey, y'all gotta sit right here. But they don't listen to me, so what am I supposed to do?
Okay.
What am I supposed to do?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
Let me
Okay,
think about the rest of the
administration, you have a
stuff they said
closing
about me.
arguments?
Yes, I have closing. On behalf of the administration, the record in this case, we believe, is clear and consistent. First, Mr. Evans knew the rules. He was trained. He was subject to the Employee Code of Conduct. He was bound by the policies that we've outlined here today, policies that require professional boundaries, prohibit improper relationship with students, require reporting of misconduct. He was actually warned. This case is unique in that respect. He had a warning 2 years ago. In the same month of March, administration addressed concerns about his interactions with the student at that time, and it specifically involved inappropriate interactions with student and giving food and money to a student, and he was directed to stop doing that. The third thing was that the conduct continued and it escalated. Multiple students here independently described the same types of behavior: personal, non-school conversations, comments about appearance, questions about family members, providing food, drinks, and money, physical contact, social media, out-of-school interactions, out of boundaries. This is not just one allegation, it's a pattern. Multiple students. Fourth, there's there's objective evidence of a failure to act. The video that we've seen shows a student engaging in inappropriate conduct towards Mr. Evans. How egregious was the conduct is not really the question. Was it inappropriate? We've had Dr. Starcher testify it was inappropriate if it would have been her. Principal Stafford, if it would have been him. I didn't ask Ms. Monica that question, so I can't say that. But I think it's apparent that it was inappropriate. He didn't intervene. Intervention could have simply been him addressing it with the student to stop or to direct the student to stop. He didn't address it. He didn't report it. That alone is a violation of his duty to maintain a safe and appropriate environment. Under West Virginia law, the board has both the authority and the responsibility to act when an employee's conduct jeopardizes the health, safety, welfare, or learning environments of students. The statute's now mandatory. It's shall. It used to say may. In this case, it's not really about Mr. Evans's job performance, about custodial tasks. There's not anything before you hear about that. He mentioned something about, somebody doing their job and him getting reported for not doing his job. It's not about his custodial task. It's about protecting and maintaining boundaries, appropriate boundaries with students. And he's failed in that regard. He's failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a school employee. The evidence is very clear. It shows that. He was given expectations. He was given notice. He continued the conduct. He failed to act when he was required to do so. The superintendent's decision here could have been more. It could have been more serious. I think her testimony is she felt like that a suspension was necessary to bring this matter clearly to his attention, that this is inappropriate. It was a suspension recommendation here, and it could have been more had she chose to bring that to the board. So her decision was not arbitrary. It was based on an investigation, consistent reports from multiple students, prior notice to the employee. He does not deny that. The prior notice occurred, and there's clear policy violations. So we would request that the board uphold the recommendation of the superintendent of the 10-day suspension. Of course, he initially was on paid administrative leave. So we would, ask that be ratified, as well as the suspension of 10 days. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Do you have a closing statement?
Oh, yes, because you say it's, because you say this situation, you say I'm, misconduct, where's my misconduct? I'd like to know what, verify that. I really like, I'd like to know what that is. The only thing, like I said before, the only thing I agree to is if I give drinks to, guys, girls, whatever, okay, teachers, custodian. Okay, what I'm trying to ask you is, what is good conduct I ain't done wrong?
Yeah, just stay on the closing statement.
That is, he just sat there and said about, the conduct. I wanna know about what the conduct is. I ain't done wrong. Because it's hearsay, because somebody else says it, Stafford says it, because whatever he say is, it's gold. Well, can I get a answer about it? or what?
You don't get to ask me questions.
The mayor said it to us, not to him.
Oh, okay, well, you know, he made the, he says about the conduct. Where's the conduct I did so wrong? I like to know. I really love to know.
Okay. Is that all?
Hmm?
Is that all you got?
Yes, I'd like to know, but I never seen that, you gotta show me that, at camera.
Is that your final closing statement?
Yes, I wanna see that,
Okay.
film again.
Okay. So if that's your closing statement, we're going to go into an executive session. Excuse me?
Well, you can deliberate and close.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
So if you'll go out front, we'll call you back in just a few minutes. Do I have a motion to go in executive session? All right. Let the record show that we're back out of the executive session. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
As President Ford, my recommendation is that the board approve the administrative leave with pay for Mr. Evans, as well as 10-day suspension as noted, 10-day suspension without pay as noted in the letter provided to you.
I move to approve the
Y'all heard the
superintendent.
recommendation, you have a
Yeah.
motion.
I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation as well as submitted to us with 10 days suspension without pay.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, you explain.
Hearing's adjourned. The hearing.
Well, the personnel hearing is.
That's all we have. Two for your
Uh-huh.
hearing.
Okay, we're here for the for a suspension hearing for Ms. No, do you want to open or closed hearing?
Close, please.
Closed. So do I have a motion to come out of executive session?
I move to come out of executive session for the purpose of voting.
There's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Dr. Starcher, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, President Ford, my recommendation is that Christina Gano, that you approve my suspension without pay of Christina Gano and the termination of her contracts with Raleigh County Schools.
So you've heard the recommendation to have a motion.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation of suspension without pay and then followed up with a termination for Christina Gano, as superintendent submitted to us.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. So we don't have anything else on our agenda. This meeting is adjourned.